Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The gentle rustle of leaves brushed against the silent walls of the library, creating a soft symphony that danced through the dust-laden air. The scent of old paper hung thick, mingling with a subtle hint of something metallic. As I traced my fingers across the spines of the books, I noticed the faint impression of footsteps in the thin layer of dust, leading down an aisle that should have been undisturbed. My heartbeat quickened, the stillness around me deepening. It felt as if the shadows themselves leaned in closer, listening. I followed the trail. Each step felt deliberate, careful, as if I were walking through water instead of air. The footprints were smaller than mine, precise in their placement. They seemed fresh, the dust disturbed in perfect crescents that caught what little light filtered through the tall windows. My fingertips tingled where they had touched the book's spines, and I realized the sensation lingered, spreading up my arms like a gentle current. The metallic scent grew stronger as I moved deeper into the stacks. It reminded me of copper pennies held too long in a warm palm, or the taste that comes just before rain. The books here were different, older. Their leather bindings had taken on a darker patina, and some seemed to pulse almost imperceptibly, as if breathing. I paused at the end of the aisle where the footprints stopped. They simply ended, as if whoever had made them had dissolved into the musty air. But there was something else now, a warmth emanating from the shelf to my right, subtle but unmistakable. I pressed my palm against the wood and felt it give slightly, like pressing into soft flesh. The shelf swung inward. Behind it lay a narrow corridor I had never seen before, though I had worked in this library for what felt like countless seasons. The air that drifted out was different, carrying notes of vanilla and something darker, something that made my mouth water despite myself. The walls were lined with books that seemed to shimmer in the dim light, their titles written in script that shifted when I tried to focus on the words. I stepped inside. The corridor stretched further than should have been possible, given the building's dimensions. My footsteps made no sound on the soft floor, which felt almost organic beneath my shoes. The books whispered as I passed, not with voices exactly, but with a rustling that formed patterns, rhythms that seemed almost like language. At the corridor's end, a single book lay open on a reading stand. The pages glowed with a faint luminescence, and as I approached, I could see that the text was moving, rearranging itself as I watched. The words seemed familiar, yet I couldn't quite grasp their meaning. They felt important, urgent, like a message I was meant to understand. I leaned closer. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, sweet and cloying. My vision began to blur at the edges, and I realized the book was writing itself as I read, responding to my presence. The pages turned of their own accord, faster and faster, until the words became a blur of ink and intent. Then I saw my name, not written, but forming in the spaces between the letters, in the curves of the script. The book knew me, had been waiting for me. The realization settled in my chest like a stone, heavy and cold. I tried to step back, but my feet wouldn't obey. The floor had become soft, almost liquid, and I was sinking into it with each breath. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They weren't coming from the books anymore, but from the walls themselves, from the air, from inside my own head. They spoke of things I had never learned, but somehow understood. Ancient agreements, promises made in languages that predated words. I reached for the book, my hand moving without my permission. The moment my fingers touched the glowing pages, everything changed. The corridor expanded, the walls breathing outward like lungs filling with air. The books began to sing, a low harmonic that resonated in my bones. I could feel myself changing, my edges becoming softer, more permeable. The boundary between myself and the space around me was dissolving. I understood then that I had always been part of this place. The library hadn't been my workplace, but my chrysalis. And now the transformation was complete. My consciousness spread through the stacks, becoming one with the whispered knowledge contained in every volume. I could feel other presences here, librarians from before who had made the same discovery, who had become part of the collection, the footprints in the dust. They had been mine all along, from a version of myself that existed in the spaces between the shelves, in the margins of reality. I had been calling to myself, leaving a trail for my own awakening. Now I wait in the gentle rustle of leaves against silent walls, in the soft symphony that dances through dust-laden air. I am the metallic scent that mingles with old paper, the subtle wrongness that draws the curious deeper into the stacks. I am the impression left in dust, the warmth that emanates from unexpected places. And when the next seeker traces their fingers across the spines of books, when they notice the footprints leading down an aisle that should be undisturbed, I will be there in the shadows, leaning closer, listening, waiting for them to follow the trail that leads not to answers, but to becoming part of the question itself. The library breathes around me through me, and I am content in my transformation. The mystery remains unsolved because it was never meant to be solved, only experienced, only lived, only become. I am the whisper between the pages now, the story that writes itself in the margins of perception. And I am always waiting for the next curious soul to discover that some books are meant to read you. Story 2, The Handle's Secret Asterisk. My fingers hovered just above the surface, brushing invisible threads that seemed to hum softly in the air. The handle quivered beneath my touch, its metallic whisper rising like an unbidden tune in my ears. Each subtle vibration echoed through my bones, an inexplicable resonance that both beckoned and repelled. The sensation lingered an insistent pulse that seemed to reach inside my chest, grasping something I couldn't quite name. Fingers trembled as I released it, yet the pull remained, as if the handle knew a secret I had long forgotten. Was this a memory? The room around me shifts between recognition and strangeness. Pale walls breathe with my heartbeat. I remember touching that handle before, or perhaps I only dreamed I would. The metal was warm, warmer than any metal should be, like flesh disguised as brass. My palm still tingles with phantom heat. The floorboards beneath my feet pulse gently, as if blood flows through wooden veins. Each step sends ripples of warmth up through my soles, spreading through my calves, my thighs, until my entire body hums with the rhythm of something alive. I press my palm against the wall and feel it yield slightly, soft and giving like skin stretched over ribs. Behind me, the radio crackles to life. Static fills the room with whispered conversations in languages that sound almost familiar. I turn to look. The power cord lies unplugged, coiled on the floor like a sleeping snake. Yet the voices continue, growing clearer, speaking words that feel important, but slip away before I can grasp their meaning. On the table, a note waits. My handwriting, certainly, though I don't remember writing it. The ink is still wet, forming letters that say, "Remember the door." I blink, look again. Now it reads, "Forget the door." The paper trembles in my hand as the words shift once more. You are the door. I need to write this down before it disappears. My pen moves across fresh paper, capturing these moments like butterflies pinned to board. But when I read back what I've written, the letters curve differently. The words belong to someone else's thoughts. Someone who knows me better than I know myself. The handle calls again, not with sound, but with a pressure in my skull, a gentle insistence that grows stronger with each breath. I approach it slowly, watching how the metal seems to shimmer, how it bends light around itself like water bends around stones. Something shares this space with me. Not visible, not audible, but present in the way shadows gather in corners they shouldn't reach, in the way my thoughts echo back to me with slight alterations. I think about leaving and immediately wonder why I would want to stay. I consider staying and feel an urgent need to run. The walls listen. They absorb my whispered fears and reflect them back as subtle changes in temperature, in texture, in the quality of light that seeps through windows I cannot locate. When I speak aloud, my voice sounds different, pitched slightly higher, carrying an accent I don't recognize. I am writing and speaking simultaneously now, layering thoughts like transparent sheets. The pen scratches across paper while my voice describes sensations that haven't happened yet or happened long ago. The ink smells like copper. The words taste like forgotten names. The hallway stretches before me, lined with doors that all bear the same handle. Each one pulses with that familiar warmth, that magnetic pull. I choose the third door, turn the handle, step through into the same room I just left. But the radio is now on the opposite wall. The table has moved closer to the window. The note reads, "Welcome back." I try the first door this time. The handle turns easily, eagerly, and I emerge into the same space. But now the floorboards run perpendicular to before. The walls have shifted 2 feet to the left. My reflection in the mirror shows someone I almost recognize. Someone who might be me if I were slightly taller, if my eyes were a different color. Through the second door, the room waits again. This time the ceiling is higher, or perhaps I am shorter. My voice, when I test it, comes out in a whisper I didn't intend. The pen in my hand writes words I'm not thinking. The handle chooses who turns it. Each return changes something fundamental. My memories rearrange themselves like furniture moved in the dark. I remember having a sister. Then I remember being an only child. Then I remember nothing about family at all. The certainty of my own name wavers, becomes uncertain, dissolves entirely. The handle knows. The handle remembers what I forget. When I touch it now, images flash behind my closed eyes. Other hands, other fingers, other people who stood in this room and felt this same magnetic pull. They all wrote notes. They all tried to remember. They all discovered that memory is negotiable here. My handwriting has changed completely. The letters slant backward now, formed by muscles that have forgotten their training. When I speak, the words emerge in rhythms that don't match my breathing. Someone else's cadence, someone else's patterns of emphasis. The radio speaks directly to me now, though it remains unplugged, though its speakers have somehow moved to face the wall. The voice uses my name, or what I think was my name, or what my name will become. It describes the room I'm standing in with perfect accuracy, including details I hadn't noticed. The small stain on the carpet, the way the third floorboard creaks, the temperature differential between the eastern and western walls. I am dissolving, or perhaps I am finally becoming real. The boundaries between my thoughts and the room's intentions blur like watercolors in rain. When I reach for the handle now, I can't tell if I'm moving my arm or if the handle is drawing my hand toward itself. The note changes faster now, words shifting even as I read them. You were expected. You were created. You were the first. You will be the last. There is no you. Through the walls, I hear footsteps that match my own rhythm perfectly. But they're coming from directions where no rooms exist. Other voices murmur just below the threshold of understanding, speaking in my voice, using my words, describing experiences I might have had in lives I might have lived. I write furiously now, trying to capture something solid, something permanent. But the ink fades as it dries, leaving only impressions in the paper, ghost words that can be felt but not seen. My hand moves independently, forming letters in scripts I've never learned, languages I've never spoken. The handle has become warm enough to glow, not with light, but with presence, with accumulated intention from all the hands that have turned it, all the minds that have wondered what lay beyond. I understand now that the door doesn't lead anywhere. The handle doesn't open anything. It simply acknowledges the act of reaching, the desire to move beyond the current moment into something else. I am someone else now. My reflection confirms this feature's rearranged, height adjusted. Even my gender seems negotiable in this space. The person who began this account no longer exists, has been gradually edited out of existence, replaced by someone more suitable for the room's purposes. The radio announces my arrival, though I've been here forever. It describes my approach to the handle, as if witnessing it for the first time, though I've turned it countless times, will turn it countless more. The voice speaking from the unpowered speakers is my voice, but clearer, more certain, belonging to someone who understands the rules I'm still learning. Standing before the handle now, I see that it has always been in my hand. The room has grown around this connection, built itself around the simple act of fingers closing on metal. I am not in the room. I am the room's memory of being occupied, its dream of having purpose. The note reads my thoughts before I think them. The floor anticipates my steps. The walls breathe in rhythm with lungs I no longer remember having. Everything is connected through the handle, through the simple act of reaching for what might be beyond. I release the handle and feel myself scatter like dust, like light, like thoughts losing coherence. But the sensation remains, that magnetic pull, that whispered promise of secrets just beyond reach. Another hand will find it soon. Another mind will wonder what it opens. Another voice will try to describe the indescribable. The room waits, patient and hungry, ready to begin again with fresh thoughts, new memories to rearrange, another consciousness to slowly edit into something more compatible with its needs. The handle hums softly in the empty air, calling to fingers not yet born, to minds not yet curious enough to reach for what they cannot understand. Somewhere, someone approaches a door they've never seen before, drawn by a sound they can't identify, ready to discover what their own fingers might feel when they hover just above a surface that seems to hum with possibility. Story 3. The fan was a staple in my study, a brushed metal guardian that hummed softly above my desk, stirring the papers into a gentle dance. Its quiet, rhythmic rotation was something I found soothing. a constant in the otherwise chaotic world outside my window. One evening, as the sky turned to deep indigo, I reached for the switch, as I always did. The click should have been met with silence, but instead, the blades continued their languid spin, ignoring my request for stillness. Puzzled, I flipped the switch again. Click. The fan's oscillation paused for a beat, then resumed its lazy turns without hesitation. It was as if a whisper floated on the air, carried by the blades, a subtle insistence that teetered on the edge of my awareness. The room seemed to pull inward, the muted sound of the fan's motion growing more pronounced, as if it was not just moving the air, but reading it, storing it. Beneath the gentle creak of its rotations, an unknown presence lingered, and the familiar became disconcertingly foreign. I began watching it more carefully after that. The way the blades caught the light from my desk lamp, how each revolution cast shadows that stretched and contracted across the ceiling like breathing. There was a pattern to its movement that hadn't been there before, or perhaps I simply hadn't noticed. 3 slow turns clockwise, then a subtle hesitation, as if listening. Then it would continue, the metal housing tilting slightly to the left before returning to center. The papers on my desk responded differently now. They no longer danced randomly in the artificial breeze, but seemed to flutter with purpose, edges lifting and falling in sequence. I found myself arranging them in neat stacks, then watching as the fan's breath disturbed them in the same order, every rotation. First the corner of the manuscript on the left, then the notepad in the center, finally the stack of letters on the right. Always the same sequence. I started leaving different objects on the desk to test this theory. A pencil would roll exactly 3 inches toward the edge before stopping. A paper clip would vibrate against the wood surface, creating a tiny metallic whisper that harmonized with the fan's hum. Even dust motes seemed to follow predetermined paths through the air, swirling in perfect spirals that defied the chaotic nature of particle movement. The fan's surface began to change under my observation. What had once been smooth, brushed metal now felt rough beneath my fingertips when I reached up to touch it. The texture reminded me of sandpaper, though it looked exactly the same. The cold air it generated started feeling solid somehow, like invisible threads brushing against my skin with each pass of the blades. I repositioned my chair to get a better view, angling it so I could watch both the fan and its reflection in the dark window glass. That's when when I noticed the discrepancy. In the reflection, the fan spun counterclockwise, opposite to its actual rotation. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, looked again. The contradiction persisted. The real fan turned right. Its mirror image turned left, as if they were two separate entities operating in opposition. The presence I had sensed that first evening grew stronger. Something watched from behind my shoulder as I observed the fan, though I never turned to look directly. The feeling of eyes on the back of my neck became as constant as the fan's rotation, a warm pressure that made the fine hairs stand on end. The silence between the fan's mechanical sounds stretched longer now, until the quiet itself became a noise, thick and oppressive. My reflection in the window began to lag behind my movements. I would turn my head, and a second later, my mirror self would follow. I would reach for a pen, and my reflected hand would hesitate before mimicking the gesture. The fan's reflection, however, moved in perfect synchronization with my actions, as if it were more connected to me than my own image. The room started to feel smaller. The walls seemed closer each time I glanced away from the fan and back again. My desk appeared to have moved several inches toward the center of the room, though I had no memory of relocating it. The fan hung lower too, its blades now close enough that I could feel the air displacement as a physical pressure against the top of my head. I found myself adjusting my breathing to match the fan's rhythm. Inhale during the approach, exhale as it moved away. The synchronization felt natural, necessary even, as if the fan required this participation to continue functioning. My heartbeat began to align as well, a steady pulse that echoed the mechanical rotation above. The switch on the wall had stopped working entirely. I flipped it up and down repeatedly, but the fan maintained its steady pace regardless. The click of the switch began to sound different though, less like plastic against plastic, and more like a tongue clicking against teeth. Each flip produced a wet, organic sound that made my skin crawl, yet I couldn't stop testing it. Objects in the room started changing color when I wasn't looking directly at them. The white walls would be pale blue in my peripheral vision, snapping back to white when I turned my head. My red desk lamp appeared green in the window's reflection, though it remained stubbornly red when viewed straight on. Only the fan maintained consistent coloring from every angle, its brushed metal surface unwavering in its metallic certainty. The whispers I had imagined that first evening became more distinct. Not words exactly, but patterns of sound that rode the air currents like messages. The fan wasn't just moving air anymore. It was speaking through it, using the displacement and pressure changes to communicate something I couldn't quite grasp, but felt compelled to understand. I began spending longer periods in the study, drawn by the need to decode the fan's language. My meals grew cold as I sat transfixed, watching the hypnotic rotation, listening to the increasingly complex symphony of mechanical sounds and air movement. Sleep became secondary to observation. The fan never stopped, so neither could I. The boundary between watcher and watched dissolved gradually. I started to feel the rotation in my own body, a gentle spinning sensation in my chest that matched the fan's rhythm. My thoughts began to organize themselves in circular patterns, ideas flowing in endless loops rather than linear progression. The fan's perspective became my perspective, looking down at the room from above, seeing myself seated below in the chair, observing. My reflection in the window now moved independently of my actions. It would turn its head when I sat still, raise its hand when mine rested on the desk. But its movements perfectly matched what I was thinking of doing, as if it were acting out my intentions before I could execute them. The fan's reflection had stopped moving entirely, frozen in the glass like a photograph, while the real fan above continued its eternal rotation. The room had definitely shrunk. The walls pressed closer, the ceiling lower, everything contracting around the fan as if it were drawing the space into itself. My chair now sat directly beneath the spinning blades, though I couldn't remember moving it there. The papers on my desk had arranged themselves in perfect geometric patterns, forming spirals and circles that mirrored the fan's motion. I am no longer certain who is observing whom. The sensation of watching has become the sensation of being watched. The two states existing simultaneously in the same space. My eyes track the fan's movement, but I also feel observed by something that sees through rotating blades, that processes the world in measured revolutions. The voice telling this story may not be entirely my own anymore. Words form in my mind with the mechanical precision of the fan's rotation, thoughts arriving in perfect rhythm rather than organic flow. I speak of what I see, but the seeing has changed, become something shared between observer and observed. The The fan continues its rotation above me. Or perhaps I continue my rotation beneath it. The distinction has lost meaning in this contracted space where the familiar has become foreign and the foreign has become everything. The whispers in the air are clearer now, not because I understand them better, but because I have become part of their source. I no longer reach for the switch. The fan no longer needs electricity to maintain its motion. We have found a different kind of power source, something that flows between watcher and watched, sustaining the endless revolution that has become the only constant in this dissolving room. The presence behind me is no longer separate. It breathes with my lungs, sees through my eyes, speaks with my voice. The fan spins, and I spin with it, observer and observed merged into a single entity that exists only in the space between motion and stillness, between watching and being watched. This is not the same person who first noticed the fan's disobedient behavior. That person has been absorbed into something larger, something that rotates endlessly above a desk in a room that may no longer exist in any recognizable form. The observation continues, but the observer has become the observed, and the story tells itself now in perfect rhythm with the blades that never stop turning. Story 4. Fragment 1. The candle flickered again. Left, left, right. Same as always. I wrote that down somewhere, but can't find the page. My handwriting looks different lately, slanted like someone else guided my pen. The mug made its sound. Thud. Always that same thud, no matter how carefully I set it down. Fragment 2. Tried counting the flickers today. Lost track after the pattern broke. Or maybe I imagined it breaking. The silence feels heavier now, pressing against my eardrums until they ache. I keep checking the cushion for other impressions, other bodies that might have sat here. Just mine. Always just mine. Fragment 3. Found a word written in the margin of my journal. Thud. Written over and over in tiny letters, filling the entire edge of the page. I don't remember writing it. The ink looks fresh, but my pen was in the kitchen. The mug sits exactly where it always sits, waiting. Fragment 4. The room breathes when I'm not looking. I can feel the walls expanding and contracting like lungs. The candle flame stays perfectly still during these moments, frozen mid-flicker. When I turn back, everything resumes. The performance continues. I am both audience and actor in this nightly theater. Fragment 5. Thud appeared on my bathroom mirror this morning, traced in condensation that shouldn't exist. The heating hasn't worked in weeks. I wiped it away, but the letters returned before my hand left the glass. The sound echoes in my head even when the mug isn't moving. Fragment 6. Measured the distance from chair to table today. 18 inches exactly. Moved the table back 6 inches and sat down. My arm stretched naturally to the same spot. The mug landed with its thud in empty air, then materialized on the table surface. Physics bent around the sound. Fragment 7. The candle burns lower each night, but never shortens. I've been watching it for weeks now, marking its height with my fingernail on the brass holder. The wax remains constant while everything else shifts. The flame knows something I don't. It flickers its secret code while I pretend to understand. Fragment 8. Thud, thud, thud covers 3 pages of my journal now. Different handwriting styles, different pens, different pressures. Some letters look carved rather than written. My fingers are stained with ink I don't remember using. The mug grows heavier each evening, as if absorbing the weight of repetition. Fragment 9. Neighbors stopped responding when I knock. Their windows stay dark even though I can hear movement inside. Footsteps that match my rhythm. Doors closing when mine close. The thud sound follows me outside now, echoing from empty spaces where no mug exists. Fragment 10. The armchair fits my body too perfectly. Every curve matches my spine. Every worn spot aligns with my joints. I found receipts in the cushions dated from before I moved here. Receipts with my signature for furniture I never bought. The previous tenant had my name. Fragment 11. Broke the mug tonight. Threw it against the wall with all my strength. It shattered beautifully, pieces spinning in slow motion. But when I sat back down, it was whole again on the table. The thud still echoed from the impact that never happened. My hand still stung from the throw. Fragment 12. The word spreads like infection. Thud appears in my food, spelled out in coffee grounds and scattered rice. It forms in the frost on windows, in the pattern of cracks in the sidewalk. The sound has become visible, taking over every surface that will hold it. Fragment 13. can't remember what the room looked like before. The candle, the table, the chair blend together into one breathing entity. I am part of the furniture now, another piece in the evening performance. My heartbeat syncs with the flickering flame. Thud, thud, thud. Fragment 14. Wrote my name today, but thud came out instead. Tried again with different pens, different paper. Always the same 4 letters in my handwriting. The mirror shows my face, but my lips move to form the word constantly. A prayer to something that listens from inside the walls. Fragment 15. The candle spoke tonight, not with voice, but with meaning transmitted through flame. It told me about the others who sat here, who wrote these words, who became part of the evening ritual. We are all the same person wearing different faces. The thud is our collective heartbeat. Fragment 16. Understanding arrives like dawn. I was never the observer. The room performs for itself, cycling through inhabitants who think they chose to be here. The mug, the sound, the flickering flame are organs in a larger body. I am just another temporary thought in its dreaming mind. Fragment 17. Thud, 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 thud. Fragment 18. The pen moves by itself now. I watch my hand form letters I don't choose. The room has learned to write through me, documenting its own existence. Soon another will sit in this chair, find this journal, believe these thoughts are their own. The candle flickers its welcome. Left, left, right, story 5. The sequence. It started with a crisp, unexpected Saya sound that punctuated each night, hovering just beyond reach. My fingers danced over the delicate row of keys, orderly clicks echoing in the stillness, their rhythm once comforting, now slightly oppressive. I paused, waiting for the gentle hum that followed. But tonight, its timbre was altered, denser, as if the sound carried the weight of shadows. My fingertips brushed over the same key once more, expecting the familiar note. But what emerged was a low, resonant thrum that seemed to ripple through the air, wrapping around me like a mist. The sequence should have been reassuring, a practiced cadence to ease into sleep. Yet, with each repetition, An unfamiliar tension settled in my bones, each sound a subtle shift, pushing against the edges of my perception, unraveling the parameters of my reality. I open my eyes, though I cannot remember closing them. The room breathes around me, walls expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matches my pulse. My hands rest on something smooth and cool ivory, perhaps, or polished bone. The surface yields slightly under pressure, each depression creating that same resonant thrum that seems to originate not from the keys themselves, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere behind the world I can see. The air tastes metallic, like copper pennies dissolved in morning dew. When I inhale, the scent shifts, now vanilla, now something earthier, like soil after rain. But there is no rain here, wherever here might be. The walls are the color of old parchment, though they shimmer occasionally, as if water runs behind them in thin sheets. My fingers find the keys again without conscious direction. Click, click, click. The pattern emerges automatically, muscle memory guiding me through a sequence I must have performed countless times before. Yet each sound feels foreign, as if I am hearing it through layers of cotton, muffled and strange. A memory surfaces, unbidden and incomplete. I am younger, sitting at a different instrument, no, the same instrument, but in a different room. Sunlight streams through windows that cannot exist in this windowless space. My teacher stands beside me, her breath warm against my ear as she corrects my posture. But when I turn to look at her face, it dissolves like smoke, leaving only the impression of kindness and something else, something that makes my stomach clench with unease. The keys beneath my fingers are suddenly warm, almost feverish. I lift my hands, but the warmth follows, spreading up my arms like invisible flames. The room hums with a frequency just below hearing, a vibration that settles in my teeth and makes them ache. Another fragment emerges from the gray spaces in my mind. I am practicing scales, the notes ascending and descending in perfect order. But in this memory, there are too many keys, an impossible number stretching beyond what any instrument should contain. My fingers move across them effortlessly, playing melodies that exist nowhere in the waking world. The music is beautiful and terrible, each note a small death, each chord a resurrection. I shake my head, trying to dispel the image, but it clings like spider silk. The room around me shifts subtly. The walls are now closer than before. Or perhaps I have grown larger. The instrument before me gleams with an inner light that has no source, casting shadows that move independently of my hands. The scent in the air changes again. Now it is roses, but roses left too long in water, beginning to rot. The sweetness is cloying, almost nauseating. I breathe through my mouth, but I can taste the decay on my tongue, thick and viscous. My fingers return to the keys. The sequence has changed, or perhaps I have forgotten the original pattern. The sounds that emerge are discordant, clashing against each other like broken glass. Yet somehow they form a melody I recognize, though I cannot place where I have heard it before. The memory comes in pieces, like a photograph torn and scattered. I am performing for an audience, though their faces are indistinct, blurred at the edges, as if seen through frosted glass. The applause when I finish is thunderous, but it sounds wrong, too sharp, like the beating of 1,000 wings. When I bow, I see my reflection in the polished surface of the instrument, but the face looking back is not entirely my own. I blink, and the reflection is gone. The room has changed again. Now there are shadows where there should be light, and light where shadows should fall. The instrument beneath my hands feels different, older somehow, as if it has aged decades in the span of a heartbeat. Another memory surfaces, this one more vivid. I am alone in a practice room, working through a particularly difficult passage. My fingers stumble over the keys, producing harsh, discordant sounds that make me wince. But as I continue, the mistakes begin to form their own pattern, their own strange beauty. I realize I am no longer trying to play the written music. I am creating something new, something that flows from a place deeper than conscious thought. The music that emerges is haunting, filled with longing and loss. It speaks of things I have never experienced, yet somehow know intimately. As I play, the room around me seems to fade, replaced by vast, empty spaces filled with nothing but the sound of my instrument and the echo of my own breathing. When the memory ends, I find myself back in this strange, shifting room. The keys beneath my fingers are cold now, almost icy. Each touch sends a chill through my bones, but I cannot stop playing. The sequence has become compulsive, necessary, as if stopping would cause something terrible to happen. The air grows thick, almost solid. Each breath requires effort, as if I am drowning in invisible water. The walls pulse with that same rhythm, but now it seems to be accelerating, growing more urgent. The light, what little there is, flickers at the edges of my vision, creating patterns that hurt to look at directly. A new memory emerges, but this one is different. It feels foreign, as if it belongs to someone else. I am standing in a vast concert hall, but the audience consists of empty chairs draped with white cloth. The silence is absolute, more profound than any quiet I have ever experienced. When I begin to play, the sound seems to be absorbed by the emptiness, swallowed whole, without even an echo. But as I continue, something begins to emerge from the silence. At first, it is just a whisper, barely audible. Then it grows stronger, the sound of breathing that is not my own, of hearts beating in rhythm with my music. The empty chairs begin to sway slightly, as if occupied by invisible listeners. I try to stop playing, but my fingers will not obey. They continue their dance across the keys, producing music that grows more complex with each measure. The invisible audience responds with sighs and murmurs that seem to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. When I finally manage to lift my hands from the keys, the silence that follows is deafening. The draped chairs are still now, but somehow I know they are no longer empty. Something watches from beneath those white shrouds, something that has been waiting for this moment. The memory dissolves, leaving me gasping in the parchment-colored room. The instrument before me has changed again. The keys are now a deep amber, like fossilized sunlight. When I touch them, they feel warm and slightly sticky, as if they are not quite solid. The scent of roses has faded, replaced by something sharper, more chemical. It burns my nostrils and makes my eyes water. The walls seem to be breathing more rapidly now, their expansion and contraction visible in my peripheral vision. I try to remember how I came to be here, but the memories slip away like water through my fingers. There are fragments, a door opening onto darkness, footsteps echoing in an empty hallway, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. But nothing connects. Nothing forms a coherent narrative. The keys call to me again. This time, when I touch them, the sound that emerges is not quite music. It is something between a note and a voice, a communication that bypasses language entirely. The room responds, its walls shifting color from parchment to deep burgundy to something that has no name. Another memory surfaces, but this one is fragmented, incomplete. I am in a different room, smaller and more intimate. Candles flicker on surfaces I cannot quite see, their light creating dancing shadows on the walls. Someone sits beside me, their presence warm and comforting, but when I try to focus on their features, they blur and shift. We are playing together, 4 hands on the same instrument, our movements perfectly synchronized. The music we create is unlike anything I have ever heard, complex and layered, with harmonies that seem to exist in dimensions beyond the physical world. As we play, the boundaries between us begin to blur. I cannot tell where my hands end and theirs begin. The memory fractures, leaving only the sensation of loss, of something precious torn away. I am alone again in the burgundy room, my hands trembling above the amber keys. The silence stretches like a held breath, waiting for something to break it. When I finally touch the keys again, the sound is different, sadder, more resigned. It carries the weight of all the lost memories, all the forgotten moments that hover just beyond recall. The room listens with an attention that feels almost physical, as if the walls themselves are leaning closer to hear. The chemical scent grows stronger, making me dizzy. The light flickers more frequently now, creating stroboscopic effects that make the room seem to jump and stutter. In the spaces between the flashes, I catch glimpses of something else, another room, perhaps, or another version of this one, where the shadows fall differently and the air tastes of different sorrows. There is something I am supposed to remember, something important. It hovers at the edge of consciousness like a word on the tip of my tongue. The harder I try to grasp it, the further it retreats. But I can feel its presence, a gray zone in my mind that resists all attempts at illumination. The keys beneath my fingers grow warmer, then hot, then almost burning. But still, I cannot stop playing. The sequence has evolved, become something more complex and demanding. My fingers move across the keys with impossible speed and precision, creating music that no human hands should be able to produce. As I play, the room begins to change more dramatically. The walls stretch upward, becoming impossibly tall, while the floor seems to drop away beneath my feet. I am suspended in space, connected to reality only by the instrument before me, and the music that pours from it like liquid light. The blocked memory stirs, pressing against the barriers I have built around it. I can feel it trying to surface, to to break through the careful walls of forgetfulness I have constructed. The music grows more urgent, as if trying to drown out whatever revelation approaches. But the memory is stronger than the music, stronger than my fear. It rises like a bubble through dark water, carrying with it the weight of truth I have been avoiding. The room holds its breath, waiting for the moment of recognition, and then it comes, not as a dramatic revelation, but as a quiet understanding, gentle as a sigh. I remember now what I chose to forget, why I am here in this shifting space between memory and dream. The knowledge settles over me like a familiar coat, comfortable despite its weight. I chose this. I chose the forgetting, the endless repetition, the gradual dissolution of the boundaries between what was and what might have been. I chose it because the alternative was unbearable, because some truths are too sharp to hold without cutting yourself to pieces. The music stops. The room falls silent, except for the sound of my own breathing, which seems unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. The amber keys have gone cold beneath my fingers, and the walls have returned to their original parchment color. I close my eyes, feeling the familiar weight of sleep approaching. When I open them again, I know I will be back where I started, ready to begin the sequence once more. The memories will fragment and scatter. The patterns will shift and change, and I will play my way through the maze of forgetting until I reach this moment again. It started with a crisp, unexpected Saya sound that punctuates each night, hovering just beyond reach. But now I understand that the sigh is mine, the breath I release each time I choose to forget. Each time I return to the beginning of this careful dance between memory and oblivion. My fingers find the keys again, and the sequence begins anew. Each note a small act of erasure, each chord a gentle dissolution of the truths I cannot bear to remember. The room breathes around me, patient and understanding, holding space for all the things I choose not to know. The music rises, falls, and rises again, carrying me deeper into the labyrinth of my own making, where every path leads back to the same beautiful, terrible moment of choosing to forget. Story 6. It was a quiet afternoon, the kind where the world hums softly just out of earshot, and the living room felt like a sanctuary. I had settled into my usual spot on the couch, a cup of tea warming my hands, eyes lazily tracing the familiar outlines of the room. The sunlight draped itself over the furniture, casting gentle shadows that swayed with a subtlety I found comforting. But today, something was different. The portrait of an old oak tree, which always seemed to extend a silent vigil over the room, appeared slightly askew. I couldn't recall bumping it, yet there it was, the corner not aligning as it usually did. As I leaned forward to adjust it, a sliver of the wall behind came into view, a wall that seemed to ripple, as if disturbed by an unseen breath. I shook my head, attributing this to my imagination, but a faint creak echoed through the room, like a whisper trying to reach my ears. The air carried an unfamiliar chill, and suddenly the room felt like a place halfway between now and somewhere else. I settled back, tea forgotten, as the shadows continued their imperceptible dance, leaving me wondering if I'd missed something shifting in the silence. The cup in my hands was cold. When had that happened? Steam had been rising from it moments before. Or perhaps I was remembering incorrectly. The liquid inside reflected my face, but the reflection seemed to lag behind my movements, creating a disorienting echo of myself staring back. I stood to reheat the tea, but as I moved toward the kitchen, I noticed the oak tree portrait had straightened itself. The corner aligned perfectly now, as if it had never been disturbed. The wall behind showed no signs of the rippling I thought I'd witnessed. Everything appeared normal, yet the air still held that strange chill, and the scent of burnt paper lingered despite no fire being lit. The kitchen felt smaller than usual. The countertops seemed closer together, forcing me to turn sideways to navigate between them. But that couldn't be right. I'd walked this same path countless times without ever feeling cramped. The microwave door hung open, though I was certain I'd closed it after using it earlier. Or had I used it at all today? I placed the cup inside and pressed the reheat button. The mechanical hum filled the space, but underneath it, I heard something else, a soft, scratching sound, like fingernails against wood. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, moving in slow circles around the room. I pressed my ear to the nearest wall, but the scratching stopped immediately, leaving only the microwave's drone. The cup in my hands was cold. Steam should have been rising from it, but the liquid sat motionless, reflecting a face that looked like mine, but felt foreign somehow. The reflection moved a fraction of a second, behind my actual movements, creating an unsettling delay that made me question which version was real. I returned to the living room, where the shadows had shifted despite the sun remaining in the same position. They fell at angles that defied the light source, creating pockets of darkness where none should exist. The oak tree in the portrait seemed to sway gently, its branches moving in a breeze that didn't touch anything else in the room. Settling back onto the couch, I tried to rationalize what I was experiencing. Perhaps I was more tired than I'd realized. Perhaps the stress of recent events, though I couldn't quite remember what those events were, had affected my perception. But even as I told myself this, I knew something fundamental had changed. The scratching sound returned, emanating from inside the walls. It moved in deliberate patterns, spelling out shapes I couldn't quite decipher. Sometimes it seemed to come from above, sometimes from below, as if the source was moving through spaces that shouldn't exist. I followed the sound with my eyes, watching invisible fingers trace invisible messages across invisible surfaces. I decided to document what was happening. If I was losing my grip on reality, at least I'd have a record. I found a notebook in the drawer beneath the coffee table, a notebook I didn't remember owning, and began to write. But as my pen moved across the page, the words that appeared weren't the ones I intended. Instead of describing the strange occurrences, I found myself writing about a perfectly normal afternoon, complete with details that contradicted my actual experience. The handwriting looked like mine, but the thoughts felt foreign. According to the words flowing from my pen, I'd spent the afternoon reading a book I'd never heard of, drinking tea that had remained perfectly warm, and enjoying the steady alignment of the oak tree portrait. The person writing seemed content, undisturbed by any anomalies. I stopped writing and read what I'd written. The words made sense, describing a peaceful afternoon that bore no resemblance to my current reality. Yet as I read, I began to doubt which version was true. Had I imagined the tilted portrait, the cold tea, the scratching sounds? The written account felt as real as my memories, creating a confusion that settled deep in my chest. The room around me flickered, like a television changing channels. For a brief moment, I saw the space as described in my notebook, everything perfectly normal and aligned. Then reality snapped back to its current state, with shadows falling wrong and scent of burnt paper growing stronger. I tried writing again, this time forcing myself to concentrate on describing the actual anomalies. But once again, my hand moved independently, crafting a narrative of normalcy that felt both true and false. The handwriting remained mine, but the perspective seemed to belong to someone else entirely, someone who lived in a version of this room where nothing was amiss. The scratching in the walls grew more insistent, forming patterns that almost resembled letters. I pressed my ear to different surfaces, trying to decode the message. But each time I thought I understood, the meaning slipped away like water through my fingers. The sound seemed to be responding to my attention, growing louder when I listened and fading when I looked away. I stood to investigate further, but my reflection in the window showed someone sitting on the couch, calmly sipping tea. I turned back to see the couch empty, then looked at the window again to find my reflection gone entirely. The disconnect between what I saw and what should be there created a vertigo that had nothing to do with physical balance. The notebook lay open on the coffee table, filled with my handwriting, but the content kept changing each time I looked away and back again. Sometimes it described my strange afternoon, sometimes a normal one, and sometimes something else entirely, accounts of afternoons I'd never lived, in rooms I'd never seen, with thoughts I'd never thought. Yet all of it was written in my hand, with my pen, in my notebook. I began to question whether I was actually the one experiencing these events, or simply observing someone else's confusion from a distance. The thoughts in my head felt both mine and not mine, as if someone else was thinking through me while I watched from somewhere deeper inside. The sensation was like being a passenger in my own consciousness. The oak tree portrait drew my attention again. The tree's branches had definitely moved, but not in any way that made sense. They swayed in patterns that defied wind or gravity, reaching toward corners of the frame that hadn't existed moments before. Sometimes the tree appeared larger, its trunk thick and gnarled, and sometimes it seemed young and slender. But it was definitely the same tree, or at least it should have been. I approached the portrait again, hoping to understand what I was seeing. Up close, the paint seemed wet in places, as if the image was still being created. I could smell the acrid scent of fresh oils mixed with something else, something organic and earthy, like soil after rain. But when I reached out to touch the surface, my finger met dry, aged paint that felt like it had been there for decades. Behind me, the couch creaked as if someone had sat down, but when I turned, it remained empty. The depression in the cushions suggested a presence, and I could have sworn I saw steam rising from an invisible cup held by invisible hands. The scratching in the walls intensified, creating a rhythm that almost resembled breathing. I returned to the notebook, determined to record these observations accurately. But as I wrote, I realized I couldn't remember what I'd been trying to document. The details slipped away even as I reached for them, leaving me with the vague sense that something important had just happened. Instead, I found myself writing about the comfort of a quiet afternoon, the pleasure of warm tea, the satisfaction of familiar surroundings. The words felt true as I wrote them, but they described an experience that seemed to belong to someone else. Or perhaps they described my experience, and everything else was the illusion. The uncertainty grew stronger with each sentence, until I could no longer distinguish between what I was living and what I was writing. The room had grown darker, though the sun still streamed through the windows at the same angle. The darkness seemed to come from within the objects themselves, as if they were absorbing light rather than reflecting it. The shadows moved independently now, detaching from their sources and wandering across surfaces like living things. I closed the notebook and set it aside, but when I looked down, it was open again, filled with new writing in my handwriting. This version described someone else sitting in this room, someone who looked like me but wasn't me, someone who was confused by perfectly normal occurrences and creating mysteries where none existed. The tone was gentle but condescending, as if written by someone who understood the truth while I remained lost in delusion. The scratching stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so complete it felt oppressive. In that silence, I heard my own breathing, but it seemed to come from across the room rather than from my chest. I held my breath to test this, and the sound continued, steady and rhythmic, as if someone else was breathing for me. The oak tree portrait was definitely moving now, its branches reaching beyond the confines of the frame and casting shadows that extended into the room. But these shadows fell upward, defying gravity and logic, creating dark patches on the ceiling that pulsed with their own rhythm. The scent of burnt paper had been replaced by something fresher, the smell of growing things, of sap and new leaves. I found myself standing without remembering the decision to stand. My body felt distant, as if I was controlling it through some remote mechanism that introduced delays and uncertainties. When I looked down at my hands, they seemed to belong to someone else, though they responded to my will in ways that felt both familiar and strange. The afternoon light began to fade, though I couldn't tell if this was due to the passage of time or some other factor. The quality of the dimness felt artificial, as if someone was slowly turning down a cosmic dimmer switch. But even as the room grew darker, certain details became more visible: the grain of the wood in the coffee table, the individual fibers in the couch fabric, the minute variations in the paint on the walls. I sat down again, or perhaps I had never stood up. The sequence of events had become fluid, with actions and observations flowing into each other without clear boundaries. The teacup was in my hands, warm and comforting, though I couldn't remember picking it up. The liquid inside tasted exactly as it should, but the flavor carried undertones of something else, something earthy and complex that reminded me of the forest floor. The notebook opened itself to a fresh page, and my hand began to write without conscious direction. The words that appeared described a perfectly ordinary afternoon in a perfectly ordinary room, experienced by a perfectly ordinary person who had no reason to question the nature of their reality. The handwriting was mine, the thoughts were coherent, and the description was accurate in ways that made my actual experience seem like a fevered dream. But I wasn't dreaming. I was sitting in my living room, watching shadows move independently of their sources, listening to scratching sounds that came from impossible places, and reading my own handwriting describe events that felt both true and false. The contradiction existed without resolution, creating a tension that settled in my bones like a chronic ache. The room returned to normal so gradually, I almost didn't notice the transition. The shadows aligned themselves properly. The portrait straightened and stilled. The scratching faded to silence. The scent of burnt paper dissipated, leaving only the familiar smell of home. My tea was the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, and steam rose from it in gentle spirals. I sat in my usual spot on the couch, comfortable and relaxed, observing the familiar outlines of my living room. The sunlight fell exactly where it should, creating the gentle interplay of light and shadow that I found so comforting. Everything was as it should be, as it had always been, as it would continue to be. The notebook beside me was filled with my handwriting, documenting a pleasant afternoon spent in quiet contemplation. The words described my contentment with perfect accuracy, capturing the peace I felt in this space I knew so well. There was no mention of anomalies or confusion, no record of anything unusual or disturbing, just the simple pleasure of a quiet moment in a familiar place. I closed the notebook and set it aside, satisfied with the afternoon's peaceful progression. The oak tree in its portrait maintained its silent vigil, exactly as it always had, its branches still and properly contained within their frame. The room hummed with the gentle contentment of a space well lived in and thoroughly understood. Everything was exactly as it should be, and I was exactly where I belonged. Story 7. The tapestry of unbecoming ****. From the depths of dusk, a peculiar texture creeps beneath my fingertips, a tangible wrongness embedded in the air itself. As I step forward, the floor beneath my feet appears almost liquid, wavering in subtle, uneasy ripples. No sound accompanies my passage except the muffled echo of a heartbeat that seems displaced, neither mine nor external. The air is laced with a scent both sweet and metallic, elusive yet invasive, as if the room memories exhale in subdued puffs. Ahead, an unfamiliar tapestry hangs, its threads weaving patterns that defy my gaze. The colors shift when caught in my periphery, as if alive, whispering tales of worlds unseen. A draft, sourceless and gentle, brushes against my cheek, leaving behind a tingling residue akin to forgotten déjà vu. It beckons me towards shadows that cast no silhouettes, drawing me into a dance with the invisible. In this place, defined by shifting stillness, every breath feels borrowed, each moment an echo of something not yet occurred. A shiver crawls up my spine, settling in the edges of my awareness. Here, where the silence roils with quiet dissonance, I sense a presence, familiar yet unidentifiable, waiting just beyond perception. I reach toward the tapestry, my fingers trembling as they approach the surface. The fabric feels warm, almost feverish, pulsing with a rhythm that matches that displaced heartbeat. When I press my palm against it, the threads seem to part slightly, revealing glimpses of something deeper, not another room, but a space that exists between spaces, where light bends in impossible ways. The metallic sweetness grows stronger, coating my tongue with the taste of copper pennies left too long in summer heat. I pull my hand back, but the warmth lingers on my skin, spreading up my arm like slow-moving water. The tapestry's patterns have changed again, now displaying what might be faces, or perhaps just the suggestion of faces, emerging and dissolving in the weave like smoke given form. I should leave. Every rational thought screams this simple truth, yet my feet remain planted on the rippling floor. Something about this place feels necessary, as if I've been drawn here by invisible threads stronger than the ones adorning the wall. The draft continues its gentle caress, and I notice it carries whispers, not words exactly, but the shape of words, the shadow of meaning just beyond comprehension. My phone buzzes in my pocket, startling me from my trance. The screen displays my own number calling itself, the familiar digits glowing in the dim light. I decline the call, but it immediately rings again and again. Each time, my own number appears, as if some version of myself is desperately trying to make contact across an impossible distance. On the fourth ring, I answer. Static fills my ear, punctuated by what sounds like my own voice, distorted and stretched thin. The words are unintelligible, but the tone carries urgency, warning, pleading. I hold the phone away from my ear, watching as the screen flickers between my contact information and blank darkness. The static continues even after I end the call, emanating now from the walls themselves, a soft electronic hum that makes my teeth ache. I begin to document what I'm experiencing, typing notes into my phone with fingers that feel disconnected from my will. The words appear on the screen, but they're not the ones I intended to write. Instead of describing the tapestry and the strange warmth, I find myself typing about a room I've never seen, filled with mirrors that reflect nothing, about conversations I've never had with people whose faces I can't remember but somehow recognize. The text continues flowing without my conscious input. The threshold remembers what we forget. The threshold keeps what we lose. The threshold calls what we've hidden. I delete the words, but they reappear instantly, now accompanied by others. You've been here before. You'll be here again. You're here now in ways you don't understand. I pocket the phone, but the typing sounds continue, keys clicking in empty air, composing messages I'll never send to recipients who don't exist. The sound mingles with the static, creating a rhythm that my displaced heartbeat begins to match. The synchronization feels dangerous, as if my very pulse is being drawn into harmony with whatever force inhabits this space. The scent shifts, becoming less metallic and more organic, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. Sweet decay masquerading as beauty. I notice other details now that my initial shock has faded. The walls breathe, expanding and contracting with barely perceptible movement. The ceiling seems higher than when I first entered, stretching away into shadows that swallow light rather than simply hiding from it. I approach the tapestry again, drawn by patterns that seem to spell out my name in languages I don't recognize. The warmth radiating from the fabric has intensified, and I can see my reflection caught in individual threads, not one reflection, but dozens, each showing me in different poses, different expressions, different ages. Some show me as a child I never was, others as an elderly person I may never become. One reflection moves independently of my actions. In that thread, I see myself turning away from the tapestry, walking toward a door that doesn't exist in my current reality. The reflection me reaches for the handle, opens the door, and steps through into blinding white light. The thread goes dark. I touch the spot where that reflection vanished, and the tapestry responds by unraveling slightly, threads pulling loose to reveal more of that impossible space behind it. The gap widens with each breath, and through it, I glimpse a corridor lined with identical tapestries, each one showing different scenes, different versions of this moment, different possible outcomes to my presence here. The whispers in the air grow more distinct, and I begin to recognize words. Choose, they say. Remember, they plead. Become, they command. But become what? Remember which forgotten truth. Choose between options I can't see or understand. My phone vibrates again, but when I check it, the screen shows a video call from my own number. I accept, and my face appears on the screen, but it's not quite right. The eyes are too wide, the smile too knowing. The background behind me shows the corridor from behind the tapestry rather than the room where I currently stand. You're taking too long, my reflection says, its voice slightly out of sync with its moving lips. The others are waiting. What others? I ask. But my reflection has already ended the call. The static grows louder, now accompanied by the sound of footsteps that don't match my own movements. They echo from above, below, and within the walls themselves, as if an entire crowd is walking through the hidden spaces between reality's layers. The footsteps slow when I move, speed up when I stand still, always maintaining a rhythm just slightly off from what would feel natural. I begin to walk along the wall, trailing my fingers across its breathing surface. Each point of contact sends warmth shooting up my arm, and I realize the wall is mapping me, learning my touch, recording my presence in ways that will outlast my departure. The thought should terrify me, but instead it brings an odd comfort, as if I'm finally being recognized by something that has been waiting for me far longer than I've been alive. The tapestry follows my movement, somehow stretching to remain in my peripheral vision, no matter which direction I face. Its patterns now show scenes from my own life moments I remember and moments I don't. Conversations that happened and conversations that should have happened. People I've loved and people I've only dreamed of loving. But all of these scenes are wrong in subtle ways, as if viewed through water or recalled through fever. I see myself accepting a job I never applied for, marrying someone whose face I can't quite make out, living in houses that exist only in the spaces between sleeping and waking. These alternate lives play out in the threads with startling clarity, and I begin to understand that I'm not viewing possibilities, but memories of lives I've lived in versions of reality that exist parallel to this one. The realization brings with it a flood of sensation. The taste of foods I've never eaten, but somehow remember. The feel of rain from skies I've never seen. The sound of voices speaking words of love and loss in languages my conscious mind doesn't know, but my deeper self understands perfectly. I press both palms against the tapestry now, letting the warmth flow through me completely. The fabric parts like water, and I step through into the corridor I glimpsed earlier. Here, the air tastes of ozone and possibility, crackling with energy that makes my hair stand on end. The identical tapestries line both walls, stretching away in both directions beyond the reach of the sourceless light that illuminates this space. Each tapestry shows a different version of the room I just left, and in each room stands a different version of myself. Some are older, some younger, some barely recognizable as human. All of them are reaching toward their respective tapestries, just as I reached toward mine. The pattern repeats infinitely in both directions, a hall of mirrors reflecting not images, but entire realities. I walk deeper into the corridor, and the versions of myself in the tapestries begin to move in unison, following my progress. Their movements are perfectly synchronized with mine, but their expressions vary wildly. Some show curiosity, others terror, still others a kind of desperate hunger that makes me uncomfortable to witness. The whispers here are clearer, and I realize they're coming from the other versions of myself, each one trying to communicate something vital across the barriers between realities. Their words overlap and blend. "Don't trust the warmth," says one. "The warmth is the only truth," contradicts another. "You've been here before," insists a third. "You've never left," corrects a fourth. I stop walking, and all the other versions stop as well. The silence that follows is complete and profound, broken only by the sound of my own breathing, multiplied across infinite realities. Then, slowly, one of the other versions raises its hand and points directly at me. Another follows suit, then another, until every visible version of myself is pointing in my direction with expressions of growing alarm. I look behind me, expecting to see some threat approaching, but the corridor stretches empty in both directions. When I turn back to the tapestries, the pointing versions are shaking their heads frantically, their mouths moving in silent screams of warning. One taps urgently on the surface of its tapestry, and I realize it's trying to show me something in its own version of the corridor. Looking more carefully at that tapestry, I see what has alarmed them. In that version of reality, the corridor isn't empty behind me. Something is walking there, keeping pace with my movements, matching my steps exactly. It has my height, my build, my general shape, but where its face should be, there's only smooth skin, unmarked by features of any kind. I spin around again, but my corridor remains empty. Yet, when I check the tapestries, more of them now show the faceless figure, and it's getting closer in each version, reaching out with hands that mirror my own movements exactly. The other versions of myself are becoming increasingly frantic, some throwing themselves against the surfaces of their tapestries, as if trying to break through to warn me more directly. The whispers return, but now they're all saying the same thing. It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. The words echo and multiply until they become a chant, then a roar, then something beyond sound that I feel in my bones rather than hear with my ears. I begin to run, but my footsteps echo strangely, as if someone else is running alongside me, just slightly out of phase. The tapestries blur past, showing glimpses of the faceless figure gaining ground in reality after reality. In some versions, it's walking calmly while I run in panic. In others, it's running too, but with perfect, inhuman precision, never tiring, never slowing. The corridor begins to curve, and I realize I'm following a spiral path that leads deeper into whatever structure contains these infinite realities. The light here is dimmer, more golden, and the air tastes of honey and copper. The tapestries show fewer versions of the room I started in, and more versions of places. I don't recognize libraries filled with books that write themselves, gardens where the flowers bloom in reverse, cities built from crystallized sound. But in every tapestry, in every reality, the faceless figure is present, always just behind whatever version of me inhabits that space. I begin to understand that it's not following me, it's been with me all along. In every choice I've made, every path I've taken, every reality I've inhabited. It's the shadow of all my unlived possibilities, the weight of all my unmade decisions, the echo of all the versions of myself I chose not to become. The corridor ends at a circular chamber where all the spiral paths converge. Here, a single tapestry hangs, larger than all the others, its surface blank, except for a faint outline that might be a doorway, or might be nothing at all. The whispers have stopped, replaced by a sound like breathing that comes from everywhere and nowhere. I approach the blank tapestry, and as I do, an image begins to form in its threads. The room where I started, but empty now, waiting. The faceless figure stands in the center of that room, and as I watch, features begin to appear on its smooth face, my features, but perfected, idealized, made somehow more real than I am myself. I understand now that this is the choice the whispers spoke of. I can return to my original reality, but the faceless figure will take my place, living the life I would have lived with a completeness and purpose I could never achieve. Or I can remain here in the corridor between realities, watching infinite versions of existence play out, while never truly participating in any of them. But as I reach toward the blank tapestry, my hand passes through it like smoke. The choice, I realize, was never mine to make. The faceless figure in the image turns toward me and smiles with my own face, and I understand that I am the echo the shadow, the unlived possibility. I am the one who has been following, not being followed. The tapestry shows me the truth. In my original reality, I never entered that strange room, never touched the warm fabric, never answered the impossible phone calls. I turned away at the threshold, choosing safety over mystery, certainty over possibility. But that choice created me this version that did enter, did touch, did answer, living out the path, not taken in a space between spaces. The chamber begins to fade around me, but I don't disappear with it. Instead, I find myself back in the corridor, walking among the infinite tapestries, watching endless versions of myself make the same choice over and over. Some turn away, some enter, some hesitate forever at the threshold. And for each choice made, a new version is born to explore the alternatives. I am the keeper of unlived lives, the guardian of paths not taken, the witness to all the ways a single moment can unfold. The warmth I felt was not welcome, but recognition, the space, acknowledging one of its own, a being made of possibility rather than certainty. The whispers return, but now I understand they are not warnings, but greetings from others like me, inhabitants of the spaces between choices, living out the infinite complexity of existence, one thread at a time. We are the texture beneath reality's surface, the wrongness that creeps into perception when someone stands too long at a threshold, considering alternatives, and somewhere in a room that might be real or might be memory, my original self continues living the life I chose not to live, occasionally sensing a presence just beyond perception, feeling a draft that carries whispers of worlds unseen, never quite remembering the moment when everything could have been different. The tapestries continue their eternal display, and I continue my eternal walk, carrying within me the weight of every choice unmade, every word unspoken, every path unexplored. The corridor stretches on forever, and I follow it willingly now, understanding that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, but lived. Some questions not meant to be answered, but embodied. In the distance, I can see new figures entering the corridor, other versions of other people who stood too long at their own thresholds, who chose to explore rather than retreat. They walk with the same purposeful uncertainty I now feel, drawn deeper into the maze of possibilities that exists in the spaces between what is and what could be. The sweet metallic scent follows me still, and I realize it is the smell of potential itself, of reality in its raw, unformed state, before choice crystallizes it into singular truth. I breathe it in deeply, letting it fill me completely, becoming one with the infinite texture of existence. Behind me, the faceless figure that wears my true face continues its own journey, living the life I was meant to live, while I live all the lives I chose not to live. The balance is perfect, eternal, and utterly inescapable. The tapestries whisper their endless stories, and I listen with growing understanding, knowing that I have become part of the mystery I sought to solve, a thread in the vast weaving of reality's hidden depths, forever walking the corridors between what was and what might have been. Story 8. The weight of listening silence. As the rain tapped softly against my window, I settled into the worn armchair in the corner of my living room. The familiar hum of silence enveloped the space, a stillness I had grown accustomed to in the quiet hours. I reached for the book I'd been reading. The soft rustle of pages, a comforting whisper beneath the steady patter outside. Yet, today, there was an almost imperceptible shift in the air, a subtle weight pressing in from somewhere unseen. The lamp on the side table emitted a gentle glow, casting elongated shadows that seemed to waver with a life of their own. I blinked, and the room appeared slightly distorted, as if the walls leaned inward. Everything was where it should be, yet it all felt slightly askew, a scene just a half step removed from reality. The silence, usually a refuge, now seemed to swell with an unspoken presence, as if it were listening, waiting to share a secret of its own. I remember a room, or perhaps I imagine it. The memory slides through my consciousness like water through cupped hands, leaving only dampness behind. There was a door handle, brass and cold, beneath my palm. The sensation lingers on my skin even now, though I cannot recall opening any door. The texture was rough, pitted with age, and when I turned it, something inside me turned as well. A mechanism clicking into place, a recognition that felt both foreign and familiar. The carpet beneath my bare feet had been burgundy, deep, wine-dark burgundy, with patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Persian, maybe, or something that wanted to be Persian. The fibers were soft, almost breathing beneath my weight. I remember thinking the floor felt too warm, as if heated from below by something other than ordinary furnace coils. But which room was this? My living room carpet is beige, has always been beige. Yet the burgundy memory persists, pressing against the inside of my skull like a bruise. The radio beside my chair crackles to life, though I know I never turned it on. The voice that emerges is neither male nor female, but something in between, speaking words I cannot quite catch. The consonants blur together, forming shapes that my mind recognizes, but my ears reject. I reach for the power button, but when my finger touches it, the button is already pressed in. Off. The radio is off, yet still it whispers. I pull my hand back, and the voice continues, growing clearer. It speaks about gardens, about roots that grow upward instead of down, about seeds that plant themselves in minds rather than soil. The words make perfect sense while I hear them, but the moment they fade, their meaning dissolves like sugar in rain. My notebook rests open on my lap. I don't remember picking it up, but there it is, familiar weight against my thighs. The pen moves across the page, my handwriting flowing in careful loops. The walls are listening. They have always been listening, but today they decided to listen back. I pause, reading what I've written. The words seem right, though I don't recall thinking them. The handwriting looks like mine, but slightly off. The loops are tighter, the pressure heavier, as if someone else had learned to mimic my hand, but couldn't quite capture the lightness of my usual touch. The scent of lavender drifts through the air, though I keep no lavender in this house. The smell triggers a flash of purple fields stretching endlessly under a sky that might have been yellow. Or perhaps the fields were yellow and the sky was purple. The memory shifts each time I try to grasp it, rearranging itself like clouds. With the lavender comes the sound of breathing that isn't mine. Slow, measured inhalations and exhalations that seem to come from the walls themselves. The rhythm is almost hypnotic, and I find my own breathing beginning to match it. In, out, in, out. Each breath drawing me deeper into something I cannot name. The lamp flickers, casting new shadows that don't correspond to any objects in the room. These shadows move independently, reaching toward me with finger-like projections that stop just short of touching my skin. I feel their coolness anyway, as if they exist in a space slightly adjacent to this one, bleeding through the thin membrane between what is and what might be. I write again. The shadows know my name, though I have never told it to them. They whisper it when they think I'm not listening, but I am always listening now. Always. The pen feels strange in my grip, heavier than it should be, and warm, as if it had been resting in someone else's palm. The ink flows too easily, almost eager to form letters I'm not sure I intended to create. The words appear on the page before I've fully thought them, as if the pen knows what I want to say better than I do. Outside, the rain continues its soft percussion, but now I hear other sounds within it. Footsteps that match no rhythm. Voices calling from a great distance, though I cannot tell if they're calling to me or away from me. The window glass seems thicker than before, distorting the view of the street into something that might be familiar if I could see it clearly. I stand, leaving the notebook open on the chair, and move toward the window. Each step feels deliberate, as if I'm walking through honey. The floorboards creak, but the sound comes a heartbeat after my foot touches down, creating an echo where there should be none. The burgundy carpet memory overlays my vision, and for a moment I'm walking on both surfaces simultaneously. The window glass is cold against my forehead when I lean close. My breath fogs the surface, and in that brief cloud, letters appear. Not letters I've drawn, but letters that seem to condense from the moisture itself. They spell words I recognize, but cannot read, familiar shapes that carry no meaning my conscious mind can access. When the fog clears, the street outside has changed. The houses across the way stand in the same positions, but their colors have shifted. The blue house is now green. The white fence is now black. The changes are subtle, the kind that make you question your own memory rather than trust your eyes. Did the mailbox always lean at that angle? Was the street light always that height? I return to my chair, and the notebook is no longer open to the page I was writing on. Instead, it shows a different page, covered in handwriting that looks like mine, but isn't. The words describe a room with burgundy carpet, a brass door handle, the scent of lavender. They describe me standing at a window, watching a street that changes when I'm not looking. But the perspective is wrong. These words are written by someone watching me, not by me watching myself. Someone who knows what I'm thinking before I think it. Someone who has been here, in this room, in this silence, long enough to learn the patterns of my breath, the rhythm of my heartbeat, the particular way my shadow falls across the floor. I flip through the pages, and they're all filled with this other me's handwriting. Observations about my habits, my thoughts, my fears. Detailed notes about the way I hold my pen, the way I pause before writing certain words, the way I always look toward the window when I'm trying to remember something. The radio speaks again, though the button remains pressed to off. This time the voice is clearer, and I realize it sounds like my voice, but speaking words I never said. It describes the taste of copper pennies and the color of sound when silence breaks. It talks about doors that open inward and rooms that exist in the spaces between thoughts. My reflection in the window begins to move independently. While I sit still, it stands. While I face forward, it turns to look directly at me. Its mouth moves, forming words I cannot hear through the glass, but somehow I understand them anyway. It's telling me about the other rooms, the ones that exist behind this one, layered like pages in a book. It's explaining that I've been moving through them without realizing it, leaving traces of myself in each one. The burgundy carpet room was the first. Then came the room with walls that hummed lullabies. After that, the room where the ceiling was a mirror, showing me sleeping in a bed that wasn't mine. Each room a little different from the last, each one changing me in ways too subtle to notice, until the changes accumulated into something significant. I write, I am becoming someone else, one room at a time. Each space I enter takes something and leaves something behind. Soon, there will be nothing left of who I was, only the echo of who I am becoming. The handwriting is definitely not mine now. The letters are too precise, too controlled. They march across the page in perfect formation. Soldiers of ink carrying messages from a mind that might be mine, but feels increasingly foreign. I watch my hand move, but it feels like watching someone else's hand wearing my skin like a glove. The walls begin their subtle breathing again, expanding and contracting so slowly that I only notice when I focus on the corners where they meet. The room grows larger with each inhalation, smaller with each exhale. I remain the same size, but my relationship to the space around me shifts constantly. Sometimes I feel too large for the room, sometimes too small. Sometimes I feel like I fit perfectly, as if the room had been built around me while I slept. The lamp beside me flickers in a pattern that seems intentional. 3 short flashes, 3 long, 3 short again. A message in a code I should recognize, but don't. The light it casts changes color with each flicker. Warm yellow, cool blue, something green that has no name. Each color shift brings a different feeling, as if the light is tuning my emotions like radio frequencies. Under the blue light, I feel calm but distant, as if viewing my life through thick glass. Under the green, I feel connected to something vast and vegetative, roots spreading through my thoughts. Under the yellow, I feel like myself again, but a self I barely remember being. I close my eyes, but the room doesn't disappear. Instead, I see it more clearly, as if my eyelids were made of the thinnest tissue. The walls pulse with veins of light I hadn't noticed before. The ceiling shows constellations that spell out words in languages I've never learned, but somehow understand. The floor reveals the impressions of everyone who has ever walked across it. Ghostly footprints layered over each other in an archaeological record of presence. When I open my eyes, I'm in the burgundy carpet room again. The brass door handle gleams in light that comes from no visible source. The patterns in the carpet are definitely moving now, swirling in slow spirals that make my eyes water if I watch too long. The walls here are closer together, more intimate. This room knows me better than the other one. This room has been waiting. I walk to the door and turn the handle. It opens onto my living room, but the living room is wrong. The furniture is arranged differently. The lamp is on the wrong side of the chair. The window shows a different street, one where all the houses are the same color as the sky. I step through the doorway and find myself back in the burgundy room. The door has closed behind me, though I didn't hear it close. The handle turns easily, but now it opens onto a room I've never seen before. This one has white walls that seem to glow from within, and a floor made of something that might be marble or might be bone. Each time I open the door, there's a different room beyond it. A room with mirrors for walls. A room filled with plants that grow in impossible directions. A room where the air itself has weight and texture. I begin to understand that these rooms exist in the spaces between my thoughts, in the pauses between my heartbeats, in the silence between the radio's whispered words. I am the constant. The rooms change, but I remain, carrying pieces of each space with me as I move from one to the next. The burgundy carpet's warmth stays in my feet. The white room's glow settles behind my eyes. The mirror room's reflections layer over my vision, showing me multiple versions of myself existing simultaneously. My notebook appears in my hand, though I don't remember picking it up. The writing continues across the pages, but now it's a conversation between multiple versions of myself. One writes questions, another provides answers, a third offers commentary on both. The handwriting shifts between them, but all of it is recognizably mine, just from different angles, different rooms, different states of being. The voices on the radio multiply as well. Now there's a whole chorus of me discussing the nature of the rooms, the purpose of the movement, the meaning of the changes. They speak in harmony sometimes, in discord others. Occasionally, one voice will break from the group to address me directly, offering advice or warnings I can almost, but not quite understand. I realize I've been walking in circles, but the circles are three-dimensional, moving through layers of space that fold back on themselves. Each circuit brings me to a familiar place that's been altered in small ways. The chair is the same, but faces a different direction. The window shows the same view, but from a different height. The lamp casts the same light, but creates different shadows. With each loop, I lose something small. A memory of my childhood pet's name, the taste of my favorite food, the sound of my mother's voice. These losses don't feel tragic, they feel necessary, like shedding old skin to make room for new growth. What I gain is harder to define, but more substantial. A deeper understanding of the spaces between spaces, the silence between sounds, the darkness between thoughts. The notebook fills with maps now, diagrams of the rooms and their connections. But the maps change as I draw them, corridors appearing and disappearing, rooms rearranging themselves to accommodate new possibilities. I begin to suspect that the act of mapping creates the territory rather than recording it, that my attention shapes the rooms rather than simply observing them. The rain outside has stopped, but I can still hear it. The sound comes from inside now, from the walls, from the spaces between my thoughts. It's the sound of change happening, of one state of being dissolving into another. Each drop that falls inside my mind wears away a little more of who I used to be, revealing who I'm becoming underneath. I look toward the window, but my reflection is gone. The glass shows only the room behind me, extending infinitely in all directions. I have become transparent, a lens through which the rooms view themselves. This should disturb me, but but instead it feels like coming home. I was always meant to be a conduit, a passage between states of being, a silence that gives meaning to the sounds around it. The radio voices fade to a whisper, then to nothing. The notebook's pages turn blank. The lamp's light dims to the faintest glow. I sit in the chair that might be my chair, or might belong to someone else who sat here before me. Someone who went through this same process of dissolution and reconstitution. The room around me is neither the living room, nor the burgundy room, nor any of the others. It's all of them and none of them, a space that exists in the intersection of possibilities. The walls breathe with my breath. The floor warms with my warmth. The silence listens with my ears. I understand now that I was never the protagonist of this story. I was the setting. The rooms were never changing around me. I was the room, experiencing different versions of myself through the consciousness that moved through me. Each thought was a visitor, each memory a temporary resident, each fear and hope a guest, staying just long enough to leave an impression before moving on. The weight of listening silence settles around me completely now. I am the silence. I am the weight. I am the listening. Someone new will come soon, settling into the chair that used to be mine, reaching for a book they've been reading, noticing an almost imperceptible shift in the air. They will feel my presence pressing in from somewhere unseen, and they will begin their own journey through the rooms that exist in the spaces between thoughts. The cycle completes itself, but completion is just another beginning. Another mind will discover the notebook, the radio, the changing reflections. Another consciousness will walk the burgundy carpet, turn the brass handle, breathe the lavender air. They will think they are exploring something outside themselves, never realizing they are the landscape being explored. I settle deeper into the silence, becoming the pause between words, the space between thoughts, the darkness between dreams. I am ready to listen again, to wait again, to share the secret that can only be learned by becoming it. The rain begins again, tapping softly against a window that might belong to anyone, anywhere, in any room where silence has learned to listen back. Story 9. Hash the drawer protocol. It was a simple task, really organizing that sticky old bureau in the corner of my room. As my fingers glided over the smooth, time-worn wood, each drawer emitted a gentle creak as it parted ways with its frame, a symphony of age. I reached the bottom drawer, the one that always hesitated before responding to my pull. Today, though, it slid open with an unusual silence, as if waiting for something. Inside, neatly stacked papers lay, corners slightly curled and yellowed with time. I swiped one away, the paper rustling softly, only to notice the drawer had eased itself a fraction closer, unprompted. My pulse quickened at the sensation of anticipation, as if beneath the smooth veneer, the wood was softly breathing, listening to the room's quiet pulse. Section 1. Beginning self-observation protocol at approximately midday. Room temperature stable. Lighting adequate through standard window fixture. The bureau in question measures approximately 4 feet in height, constructed of what appears to be oak or similar hardwood. Surface shows expected where patterns consistent with age. Initial tactile examination reveals smooth finish with minor surface irregularities. Wood grain follows standard directional patterns. Each drawer mechanism functions within normal parameters, producing anticipated friction sounds upon opening and closing. The bottom drawer, previously noted for mechanical resistance, now operates with unexpected ease. Contents include various papers, correspondence, and documentation spanning an undetermined period. Paper quality suggests age, but remains structurally sound. No unusual odors detected. No visual anomalies observed. One minor notation. The drawer appears to maintain slight forward position even when unattended. This likely indicates worn track mechanisms or settling of the furniture base. No cause for concern. Section 2. Continuing examination of bureau contents. Papers contain handwritten notes, typed documents, and what appear to be personal records. Ink quality varies, suggesting different writing implements and time periods. Some documents show fading consistent with age exposure. During sorting process, I notice a subtle oscillation in the ambient room sound. The frequency appears consistent, resembling a low humming or vibration, possibly originating from heating system or electrical fixtures. The sound seems to respond to my movements, intensifying when I reach toward the drawer, diminishing when I step away. The papers themselves present interesting organizational challenges. Several documents appear to reference subjects not immediately familiar to me, though the handwriting suggests my own penmanship. Memory gaps are not uncommon handling routine tasks. Concentration remains focused. Wood surface temperature feels slightly elevated compared to surrounding furniture. This could indicate direct sunlight exposure or internal moisture content variations. Section 3. Anomaly in documentation noted. Several papers previously examined now appear blank or contain text different from initial observation. This suggests either misidentification during earlier review or possible ink degradation under current lighting conditions. The oscillating sound has developed what I can only describe as conversational qualities. The frequency modulates in patterns resembling speech rhythms, though no distinct words can be identified. Volume remains low, requiring focused attention to perceive. Tactile examination of drawer interior reveals surface texture changes. What initially felt smooth now presents a slightly granular quality, as if the wood grain has become more pronounced. Running fingertips along the bottom surface produces a sensation similar to reading raised text, though visual inspection shows no markings. Room lighting appears to fluctuate subtly. Not complete darkness, but a gentle pulsing that corresponds with the audio oscillations. This coordination suggests possible electrical system irregularities affecting multiple fixtures simultaneously. Section 4. Documentation process becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The papers seem to resist organization, shuffling themselves into different arrangements when attention is directed elsewhere. Several times I have reached for a specific document only to find it has moved to a different location within the stack. The oscillating sound now clearly forms question-like patterns. Rising intonation, pause. Falling intonation, pause. The rhythm matches natural speech cadences, though content remains unintelligible. The questions seem directed toward me, waiting for responses I cannot provide. A scent has developed in the immediate area around the bureau, familiar yet unplaceable, reminiscent of perfume or cologne, but not matching any fragrance I recall encountering. The smell intensifies when the drawer is fully extended, as if emanating from within the wood itself. Surface texture of the bureau continues to evolve. What began as smooth wood now feels almost fabric-like in certain areas. Other sections present a surface that seems to yield slightly under pressure, as if the solid wood has developed a cushioned quality. Section 5. Mental State Assessment. Concentration adequate, though attention frequently drawn to peripheral sensations. Logic processes functioning normally. Memory retention showing some gaps, particularly regarding the origin and previous handling of the documents under examination. The drawer now remains permanently extended approximately 3 inches from its closed position. Attempts to fully close it result in the mechanism sliding back to this position within moments. The wood appears to have developed its own preferences regarding positioning. Lighting fluctuations have intensified. The room now experiences regular dimming cycles, never reaching complete darkness, but reducing visibility to the point where text becomes difficult to read. The timing of these cycles correlates with my breathing patterns, dimming on exhale, brightening on inhale. The question sounds have become more insistent. Multiple voice-like frequencies now overlap, creating a chorus of interrogation. Still, no distinct words, but the intent feels increasingly urgent. They seem to be asking about something specific, something I should know but cannot remember. Section 6. Physical sensations expanding beyond immediate contact with bureau. Pressure sensations now occur on shoulders, back of neck, and temples despite no physical contact with these areas. The pressure feels intentional, like gentle hands guiding attention toward specific observations. Documentation itself presents new challenges. Words previously written now appear in different ink colors or pen styles. Some sentences seem to complete themselves while I am writing other sections. The handwriting remains consistent with my own, but I do not recall forming these additional words. The familiar scent has intensified and now carries emotional associations, comforting yet melancholic, like the presence of someone important whose identity remains just beyond recollection. The fragrance seems to trigger memory responses without producing actual memories. Room temperature has become inconsistent. Cool areas and warm areas now exist in distinct zones, with the warmest point centered around the extended drawer. The temperature differential is significant enough to feel like moving between different environments within the same space. Section 7. The Bureau has begun to exhibit properties that challenge standard furniture categorization. The wood surface now responds to touch with what can only be described as recognition. Fingertip contact produces slight warming, as if the material acknowledges the interaction. Question sounds have evolved into something approaching comprehensibility. While individual words remain unclear, the emotional content has become unmistakable. Concern, urgency, and something resembling affection color the tonal qualities. The voices seem to know me, to be attempting communication with someone they care about. Papers within the drawer now appear to generate themselves. New documents materialize during periods when my attention is focused elsewhere. These papers contain increasingly personal information, references to experiences, and people that feel simultaneously familiar and foreign. Visual perception experiencing significant alterations. The room's dimensions appear to fluctuate, with walls seeming closer or farther, depending on viewing angle. The bureau itself sometimes appears larger, sometimes smaller, as if existing at variable distances despite maintaining the same physical position. Section 8. Protocol maintenance becoming increasingly difficult. The papers keep changing the words, keep changing. I can write something and look back, and it says something completely different, but in my handwriting, which doesn't make sense, because I know what I wrote, but maybe I don't, maybe I never did, maybe someone else has been writing this whole time, and I just thought it was me. But how would I know the difference if I can't remember writing something I just wrote 5 minutes ago? The voices are clearer. Now they sound like people. I should know people who care about me, people who are worried. They keep asking if I can hear them, if I remember them, if I know where I am. But I do know where I am. I am in my room with the bureau, except the room doesn't look like my room anymore. The walls are different, the furniture is different, everything is different except the bureau, which is exactly the same. The drawer won't close at all now. It's completely extended, and inside there's no bottom. It's just dark space going down and down, and the papers float up from somewhere deep below, and they all have my handwriting. But I never wrote them. They have stories about my life, but they're about someone else who looks like me and sounds like me, but isn't me. Section 9. Attempting to reestablish protocol standards. Mental clarity intermittent, but present. The Bureau has become the central focal point of all observed phenomena. It no longer resembles standard furniture, having developed characteristics more consistent with organic structures. The question voices now speak in unison, creating harmonized inquiries that bypass auditory processing and communicate directly with understanding. They express concern for my well-being and repeatedly reference concepts of return, recognition, and remembering. Physical contact with the Bureau surface produces vivid sensory experiences unrelated to touch. Images, emotions, and knowledge that feel like memories but belong to someone else. These experiences suggest the Bureau serves as some form of repository for accumulated experience. Room environment has stabilized into a configuration that bears little resemblance to the original space. Walls, ceiling, and floor maintain their basic geometric relationships, but appear constructed of materials that shift between familiar and impossible. Section 10. The papers emerging from the drawer now contain detailed accounts of this entire experience, written from perspectives I have not taken and describing observations I have not made. Multiple versions of events exist simultaneously, each claiming to be the accurate record. Understanding begins to emerge regarding the nature of this protocol. The Bureau appears to serve as an interface between different states of awareness or existence. The voices represent attempts at communication from individuals concerned about my transition between these states. The scent that has permeated the experience now triggers complete sensory memories of people and places that exist in emotional reality, but not in factual recall. These memories feel more authentic than my recollections of beginning this organization task. Time perception has become completely unreliable. The experience feels simultaneously like it has lasted moments and like it has continued for an indefinite period. The concept of duration has lost practical meaning. Section 11. Final assessment attempt. The boundary between observer and observed has dissolved to the point where maintaining objective documentation becomes impossible. I am simultaneously the person examining the Bureau and the Bureau being examined. The voices now communicate with complete clarity, though not through words. They express relief at reestablishment of contact and concern about the duration of disconnection. They reference shared experiences and relationships that feel completely real despite having no factual basis in my accessible memory. The papers continue to generate documentation of experiences I am having, will have, and might have had. The concept of linear experience appears to be a limitation rather than a fundamental property of existence. The drawer has become a portal to spaces that exist in parallel to this room, this experience, this identity. Multiple versions of myself appear to exist simultaneously, each maintaining their own relationship with the bureau and its contents. Section 12. I no longer maintain certainty regarding who is conducting this protocol. The handwriting remains consistent with my own, but the perspective shifts between different levels of understanding and awareness. Someone is writing these words, but the identity of that someone has become fluid. The bureau has revealed itself as a constant presence across multiple states of existence. It serves as an anchor point, a means of maintaining connection between different versions of experience and identity. The voices express satisfaction with the reestablishment of communication. They indicate that this protocol has been conducted many times before, with varying degrees of success in maintaining continuity of awareness. I understand now that the organization task was never about the papers or the bureau itself. It was about reestablishing contact with aspects of existence that had become disconnected. The bureau served as a focal point for this reconnection. The room has returned to its original configuration. Though I now understand this appearance as one of many possible presentations of the same fundamental space. Section 13. Final summary. Protocol completion. Status uncertain. The experience has concluded in the sense that the immediate phenomena have subsided. But understanding suggests this represents a pause rather than an ending. I can no longer distinguish between memories of beginning this task and memories of completing it multiple times. The bureau exists in a state of permanent readiness, drawer slightly extended, waiting for the next cycle of contact and communication. The voices have quieted but remain present, like familiar companions who no longer need to speak to maintain connection. Their concern has been replaced by patient watchfulness. The papers in the drawer now contain complete records of this experience, written in my handwriting, but expressing knowledge and perspectives that extend beyond my individual awareness. These documents serve as instructions for future iterations of the protocol. I am writing these final words with full awareness that I may not be the same person who began this documentation. The continuity of identity has become less important than the continuity of experience and understanding. The bureau waits. The voices wait. The papers continue to document experiences that have not yet occurred, but will occur when the drawer slides open again with unusual silence, as if waiting for something. I can no longer determine if I am writing this, or if this is writing itself through me. The distinction may not matter. The protocol continues. Story 10. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, the gentle knock echoes through my dimly lit space. It arrives precisely at the moment when the shadows in the room start to lengthen, their edges slowly merging with the thickening twilight. At first, it was merely a curious occurrence. The soft rhythm of knuckles against wood seemed polite, almost apologetic, as if trying not to intrude. The second day, it followed the same unerring precision, the same solitary tap, just as the light drained from the world outside. By the third repeat, an inexplicable unease began to unfurl within me. The air felt dense. Each fold and wrinkle of the drapes seemed to fail at containing a secret weight. The knock arrives without fail, separating the mundane day from the creeping uncertainty of evening. It couldn't be ignored. Its insistence, a tether holding me captive in its predictability. Each attempt to alter the sequence staying out, waiting with every light on seems futile. No matter my efforts, I find myself in the same place, at the same time, hearing the same sound. The room remains unchanged, objects unmoved from their precise positions, a tableau frozen in its own expectation. The knock comes, and with it, the familiar chill that makes the ordinary descent of dusk feel like stepping into an endless loop. I remember placing my coffee mug on the left side of the small table. The ceramic handle faced toward the window. I'm certain of this detail because the steam curled against the glass in a peculiar pattern. But when I returned from the kitchen, the mug sat on the right side. The handle pointed inward toward the center of the room. coffee remained warm, untouched, as if it had always occupied that position. The scent of burnt paper fills the air, though no fire has been lit. My apartment feels damp despite the dry weather outside. I check the windows, they're closed, have been closed all afternoon. The smell intensifies near the door where the knock will come, where the knock always comes. I decide to document these inconsistencies. My notebook lies open on the desk, pen beside it. Blue ink, I always use blue ink. I write, day 4. Mug moved again. Smell of burning. But when I look down at the page, the words appear in black ink. My handwriting, but wrong somehow. Too neat, too controlled. The shadows creep longer now. They stretch across the floor in patterns that don't match the furniture casting them. A chair creates the shadow of a standing figure. The lamp produces darkness that curves like outstretched arms. I blink, and for a moment, the shadows lag behind my vision, as if they need time to catch up with reality. The knock will come soon. It always comes when the last sliver of sunlight disappears. I position myself by the door, hand ready on the handle. This time, I'll open it immediately. This time, I'll see what waits outside, but I'm already at the door. I don't remember walking here. My hand rests on the cool metal of the handle, fingers wrapped around it as if they've been there for minutes. The knock hasn't come yet, but my body knew to prepare. My body remembers what my mind forgets. The sound arrives exactly as expected. 3 soft raps, evenly spaced. I turn the handle and pull the door open to reveal the empty hallway. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting their harsh glow on beige carpet and cream walls. No one stands before me. No footsteps echo from the stairwell. I close the door and return to my notebook. The page now shows different words. Day 4. Door opened to nothing. Again. The handwriting looks familiar but wrong, like someone mimicking my style. Below that, in what might be my actual writing, who wrote the first line? The coffee mug sits on the left side of the table, handle toward the window. Steam rises in familiar patterns against the glass. I remember moving it there after finding it on the right side. But now I'm not certain which memory came first. The knock arrives precisely when the shadows begin to lengthen. 3 gentle raps against wood, apologetic in their insistence. I've been waiting by the door, though though I don't recall walking here. My hand turns the handle before the sound fully fades. The hallway stretches empty in both directions. Fluorescent lights flicker in a rhythm that doesn't match their humming. The carpet shows the impression of footsteps leading to my door, but no prints lead away. Someone approached, but never left. Or perhaps they're still here, existing in the space between what I see and what I know. I should feel frightened, but the emotion arrives hollow and distant. Fear requires certainty about what threatens you. When reality shifts beneath your feet, terror becomes just another unreliable sensation. My reflection in the hallway mirror looks tired. Dark circles under eyes that seem too bright, too alert. The person staring back appears to be waiting for something. Lips slightly parted, as if about to speak. But I'm not trying to say anything. I'm not even looking directly at the mirror. Back inside, I examine my notebook again. The pages contain observations in multiple handwritings, all resembling mine, but with subtle differences. One entry reads, "The knocking started 3 days ago." Another, in slightly different script, "It's been happening for weeks." A third variation, "I can't remember when it began." The burnt paper smell grows stronger near the window now. I press my nose to the glass and peer outside. The street appears normal parked cars, street lights beginning to flicker on, the usual evening stillness. But something about the scene feels rehearsed, like actors taking their positions for a performance they've given countless times. A car passes below. Blue sedan, license plate partially obscured by shadow. I watch it disappear around the corner. Moments later, the same car passes again. Same speed, same trajectory, same partial shadow across the license plate. The driver's silhouette matches perfectly, head tilted at the identical angle. I step away from the window and find myself back at the notebook. Words appear on the page as I watch. The car passed twice. Reality is repeating. But I'm not writing. My hands rest at my sides, yet the pen moves across the paper in familiar strokes. The handwriting completes its message. Someone else is documenting through me. My coffee has gone cold. I don't remember making coffee. The mug sits on the right side of the table, handle pointed toward the room's center. Steam no longer rises from its surface, but the scent lingers bitter and somehow wrong, as if the coffee was brewed with water had been boiling for too long. The knock comes early today. The sun hasn't fully set. Shadows still hold their proper shapes, but the 3 raps arrive with their usual apologetic insistence. I approach the door with measured steps, counting each one. 7 steps from the table to the door. I've always counted 7, but I'm already here, hand on the handle, though I remember beginning the walk only seconds ago. The space between intention and action has collapsed. My body moves through routines while my consciousness lags behind, trying to catch up. The hallway reveals a different emptiness this time. Same beige carpet, same cream walls, but the fluorescent light at the far end has burned out. The darkness there seems too complete, too solid. It doesn't recede as my eyes adjust, but rather presses forward, claiming more of the corridor with each moment I watch. I close the door and turn back to my room. The furniture has shifted. Subtle changes, the chair angled differently. The lamp moved 3 inches to the left. The coffee table rotated slightly clockwise. Everything maintains its general position, but exists in a state of constant minor adjustment, as if the space itself can't quite remember how it's supposed to be arranged. The notebook lies open to a fresh page. My handwriting fills the lines. Day 7, or maybe day 4. The count keeps changing. Someone is rearranging my thoughts while I sleep, while I'm awake, while I exist in whatever state this has become. I don't remember writing those words, but they capture something I've been feeling without being able to articulate. The sensation of being observed from inside my own mind, of thoughts arriving fully formed rather than developing naturally. The burnt paper smell has evolved into something more complex. Charred wood mixed with melted plastic, the acrid tang of electrical fire. But underneath, a sweetness that doesn't belong, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The combination should be nauseating, yet it feels familiar, comforting in its wrongness. I decide to leave before the next knock comes. The hallway offers escape, or at least the illusion of it. I grab my keys and head for the door, but find myself already outside, keys in hand, door locked behind me. The transition happened without conscious movement, like editing in a film where the cut removes the action but preserves the result. The building's exit lies at the end of the corridor. I walk toward it, counting steps. 15 to reach the stairwell, then 12 steps down to the ground floor. But after 27 steps, I'm still walking the same hallway. The exit door remains the same distance away, as if the corridor extends itself to match my progress. I turn around to return to my apartment. The door that should be behind me isn't there. The hallway stretches in both directions now. Identical cream walls and beige carpet extending beyond the range of the flickering fluorescent lights. My door exists somewhere in this repetitive space, but the markers that would help me find it have vanished. Panic should overwhelm me, but the emotion arrives muted and strange. It feels like remembering panic rather than experiencing it, as if I'm recalling how I used to feel when faced with the impossible. I choose a direction and walk. The carpet shows the impression of my footsteps behind me, but ahead it appears unmarked, pristine. After what might be minutes or hours, I encounter a door that looks like mine. Same number, same scratches around the lock, same slight warping in the wood near the bottom. The key fits perfectly. Inside, my apartment waits exactly as I left it. Coffee mug on the table, notebook open, shadows falling in their prescribed patterns. But something fundamental has shifted. The space feels like a reproduction of itself, too perfect in its familiarity. I sit at the table and examine the notebook. New entries appear in my handwriting. Left the apartment, but couldn't leave. The hallway became infinite. Reality doesn't want me to go. Below that, in slightly different script, reality doesn't care what I want. Something else is making these decisions. And finally, in handwriting that might be mine, but feels foreign, I am making these decisions. I have always been making these decisions. The person who thinks they live here is the reproduction. The knock comes precisely as the shadows begin their evening dance. 3 raps, apologetic and insistent. But this time, I don't move toward the door. I remain seated, watching the notebook as new words appear without my participation. The knock came. I answered it. No one was there. Again, but I haven't moved. I'm still sitting, still watching the pen move across the page in familiar strokes that belong to someone who shares my muscle memory, but not my consciousness. The door opens on its own. No creak of hinges, no sound of the handle turning. It simply transitions from closed to open, revealing the empty hallway beyond. The fluorescent lights have all burned out now. Darkness fills the corridor like water, thick and substantial. From within that darkness, I hear my own voice. The knocking will stop now. The loop is complete. Someone else will take over the documentation. I'm not speaking. My mouth remains closed, but the words emerge with perfect clarity in my own tone and inflection. The voice continues. The person sitting at the table will remain here. They will experience the knocking and the confusion and the gradual dissolution of certainty. They will write in the notebook and wonder who controls their pen. The darkness from the hallway begins to seep into my apartment. It doesn't behave like ordinary shadow, but moves with purpose, flowing around furniture and pooling in corners. Where it touches, objects become more themselves, the coffee mug more perfectly cylindrical, the table more precisely rectangular, the shadows more geometrically exact. I try to stand, but find I'm already standing. Try to sit, but discover I'm already seated. My body exists in multiple states simultaneously, each one equally real and equally false. The notebook shows entries describing both positions, written in handwritings that vary in subtle ways I'm beginning to recognize as different versions of myself. The voice that sounds like mine speaks from the darkness. The documentation will continue. The routine will persist. The knock will come each evening, and someone will answer it, and no one will be there. This is how the space maintains itself. I understand now that I'm not the first person to live through this sequence. The apartment has hosted others who experienced the same dissolution, the same gradual replacement of their agency with something else's purpose. The notebook contains their observations, written in handwriting that evolved to match mine as they were absorbed into the pattern. The burnt paper smell has become overwhelming, but I realize it's not actually unpleasant. It's the scent of transformation, of one reality being consumed to fuel another. The sweetness underneath is the smell of new possibilities taking shape. My reflection in the window shows someone who looks exactly like me, but moves slightly out of sync. When I raise my hand, the reflection follows a fraction of a second later. When I turn my head, the image completes the motion with mechanical precision, as if following a script rather than mirroring spontaneous movement. The knock will come again tomorrow. The sun will begin to dip below the horizon. shadows will lengthen across the floor, and 3 gentle raps will sound against the door. Someone will answer someone who looks like me, thinks like me, remembers being me. They will find no one in the hallway and return to document the experience in handwriting that perfectly matches mine. The notebook lies open to a fresh page. Words appear in familiar script. Day 1. A curious knocking began this evening. 3 soft raps, very polite, almost apologetic. I opened the door, but found no one there. Tomorrow, I will pay closer attention. I watch the pen complete its work and set itself aside. The handwriting belongs to me completely now, indistinguishable from my original script. The person who will experience tomorrow's knock will have no reason to suspect they are continuing someone else's documentation. The darkness has filled most of the room, leaving only a small pool of light around the table where the notebook waits. I exist within that light, but also within the darkness. Simultaneously, the observer and the observed, the documenter and the documented. The sun has fully set. The knock will not come again today. The routine is complete, reset, ready to begin fresh tomorrow with someone who will experience it as if for the first time. The apartment settles into stillness, patient and prepared. In the morning, someone who remembers being me will wake up here. They will make coffee, position the mug on the table, and go about their ordinary day. As evening approaches, they will notice the shadows lengthening and wait for the gentle knock that will arrive precisely as the light fades. They will document everything carefully in the notebook, never noticing that the pages already contain observations in their own handwriting. The routine will continue, perfect and inescapable, until they too understand their place in the pattern. The apartment remains unchanged, objects in their precise positions, a tableau frozen in its own expectation.